Hey, what's up? Me too. I've been here the whole time. Let's start the stream. How's everyone's morning going so far? Enjoying the flat? $6,200 today? It's possible. So is also above 6,200. I have liked the stream. Nice. I spent about 20 minutes making the stream card. No, I've had the black GS hat all along. It was the first one I had. It's just like mint. What's Fubo up to? It's going up. Looks like it's retesting the 390 level. If it breaks that, 431, maybe 460. Spicy. A lower high on this? We got a ways to go to find that out. This looks pretty bullish. see what's going on here. There's some bot puts 6190, bot calls 95, 6200, 6205. There's some puts closing out of the money. NQ looks like it's reversing a little bit. Definitely at least an attempted push to the upside. We got quite a bit of range to get to the overnight high. Which was like 62.55 ES. We'll see. There's a lot of resistance at 6,200 though still. What's up, Danimal? Can we actually get a real pullback this week after window dressing day? Maybe. A lot of Gamma and Delta fall off the chain. I don't know if SPY calls would be worth it. Maybe. I guess I could go in the money a little bit. Hmm. Um, yeah, I'll get that turned on. Sorry. New highs on NQ today? Yeah. Earlier. Oh, you mean again? Maybe. It's getting like a little bit of a reversal here, but the volume's kind of falling off. I'm getting a lot of bot calls to the upside on SPX though. 195, 190, 6200, 6210. There's some bot puts as well, but not many. We are getting a bit of profit taking on the 6185 call. But as long as that doesn't rug the rest, then we're probably doing okay. There's a tiny uptick in volatility. Hmm. What's going on with GF and DF? There's no delta up here. They're slim deltas. All the deltas down below spot. 6150, 6100. Hmm. Interesting. Reversal. Maybe some volume. Not ready to fail just yet. Big sold puts down at 61.30, 16.90. Like 6,000 of each. Who's a fuck about the market? All I Breeze was a free internship. Reparations are back on the menu, baby. Yeah, we won't charge you for the internship. Don't worry. So I was looking at BTU and buying PBR calls. Not good. Yeah, that's weird. Oh, Rims and Tims. 69th like. Nice, dude. Maybe that's like a thing in Asian culture. No pumps due to collar roll. I don't think the collar's rolled yet. Although when it does, it might be kind of spicy. Out of Head and Shoulders. A little bit. Hmm. Some of the 6170, 6195 puts being bought. Yeah, a little bit of put buying here, but not a ton just yet. I guess it's a far more clear Head and Shoulders on ES than it is on SPX. retested 40. Oh, 6240 ES, rather. It's like, I think local support. This looks like it wants to pull back through Gamma Max. Yeah, 85 calls still pulling back. Bot puts 6190, bot calls 95, 6200. In the money bot puts down at like 6165, 60, 55, 6150. Puts being bought at 6200 also. Curious. A lot of calls coming in. $95 through $205. Some bot puts coming in at 95 and 200. 90 and 85 calls taking profit here. Looks like they're still pretty aggressively selling the 6170 put and 75. Interesting. Starting to build a, still building delta up here. I don't know. I'd have to take a look at it. I sold packs at 14 from 11 to buy Generac at 132 and holding. Small port, but thank you for all you do. Packs over 14 now, FYI. I saw that. Yeah, that's pretty dope. No. No, in the money puts being bought at, or out of the money puts being bought 6150. And the money put's being bought at 95 and 6,200. I guess 190 technically also. It's because the only thing holding this fucking thing up is Gamma at this point. Nuke. Yeah, it's extreme. Mm. Ooh, coin started to slip. Nice. Popped in to say thanks for revising Pickles Picks format moving forward. I really miss the equity play write-ups like the days of yesteryear. So I appreciate you switching things up, boss man, or also put or call on poor. Puts are probably good, but only if you could hold them for a while. I don't think there's a whole lot of upside left. It's hard for my brain to process. Interesting. Why is that? It makes me feel like I can't go long at all. Well, you could. It's just not super advantageous. I mean, technically, bulls could still push this out to like 220. Difficult, don't get me wrong. It's not like a great look for them, but Gamma up there is pretty flat. Are the bulls abusing the Greeks? It has to do with there being a fuck ton more leverage on the weekly chain versus the monthly. Like the SPXW is stacked to the tits into the end of this month, which is probably because the tariff deadline comes up at the beginning of next month. But there is an unusual amount of interest on the SPXW compared to what we normally see, which has so far continued to drive price higher despite being over VN and a little bit over GM. Also, they don't seem to be shying away too much from call buying, which is really all you need to do to keep pushing price up over Vega neutral. The problems generally come when you try to sell too many puts up here. We're still support at 90. It's going to be hard to slip 90, actually. Be neat if we did. Ball's turning up a little. There's still quite a lot of put buying going on at spot. There's a little bit of call support below us, 61.85.80, but the 61.70 calls are taking profit. 61.90 calls have mostly taken profits. But there are also some calls to the upside. 95, 200, 205. Did you see the huge condor that came in this morning? It's on the top side of it, the 60, like the 6290, 6300. Is that what you're talking about? I wasn't sure where the downside spread was, though. They closed the put leg? Mm, that's interesting. Oh, okay, it just got drowned out. Tesla was like a week ago, and it was shorting it after the oil pump. Although if it loses 320, that's pretty bad. It's been chopping around there a lot. Some of the out of the money calls are trimming now. 61.95 calls are pulling back a little. What's up, Seacraft? How you been? Happy birthday to you too, man. Fair enough. I was out of town. Is end phase still a thing? There's a trend for it to break. It rejected off of it on the first test, but maybe that's like an interesting confirm to watch. I don't know. Tariffs are bad for them, so might be a little risky. Ooh, we lost 90 a little bit. This could get spicy if it slips 80. So like loss of the low for the day. Sell off into the gap. That'd be fun. Support failed just now. Whee! Hmm. See if this rejects here. If it does, we could probably get another leg down. Hmm. The next big sold put support to the downside is like 65. That's not even that big, actually. 55? 55, and then 61, 40, and 30. Bot puts coming in. There's a bunch at 61.90, but more coming in at 85 and 75. Some bot calls at 180. I'm trying to float this, but I don't know if that's going to be a successful endeavor. We did leave a little bit of a gap here. They're still buying the 80 call. Hmm. Bulls are getting some traction. Still haven't filled the gap yet. Gap's right here. If they shake off the puts, this will squeeze up. There's bot puts at 85 and 90. That's like right in spot. Sold puts coming in. NQ looks a little weak. Hmm. So if I'm understanding correctly, being where we are, the MM actions are relatively muted unless these movements are significantly increased vol, which would drive the MM long Vega. They would sell Delta to hedge their long Vega. So yeah, it's really all about keeping vol pinned. 12:30. Puts aren't getting shaken off too much at 90. Still haven't filled the fucking gap. Breakout. Fucking weak. Gaps filled. Buyers coming in. Mm, Still doesn't seem to be shaking off the puts at 85.90. So if this fails, it could fail pretty hard. Baby account is off to a lovely start today. DLL mate. Dillmate? Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude.
Jar, legends are made.
Mm. Mm. 75 is turning negative. Rejected off the first test of the downtrend, or the upper part of the downtrend. Hmm. Yeah, NQ doesn't look particularly strong here at all. It's selling at 95. Call back 90, 95. Still net bot puts at 61.90. Moisture, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up, I'll get you added after the stream, man. Haha, Ben. They're selling a fuck ton of puts here. It's a gap on NQ back at 22,748. Or, well, MNQ. Oh, there's a gap on ES, too. Interesting. Ooh. A little bit of a breakout. Big bot calls at 6,200. A little bit at 6,205. Taking. Although not a ton of it. Hmm. Bot puts coming in at 6,200, 61.95, 61.90 calls taking profits. If bulls could get a foothold on 6,200, they'd be fairly stable. Just seems to be kind of difficult for them right now. Gamma falls off more rapidly under 90. So it seems to be the important support level here. Um, Absolutely not, Plato. No July 4th discount. What about the shipment of new subscriptions we just got delivered before tariffs hit again? Maybe we should do the opposite of what other companies do and just raise prices on holidays. Like a toy store. Boo. It's the American way. I'm short ES right here. It's probably stupid, but I am. Every time I hear you talk, I'm amazed your prices are as reasonable as they are. I'm not complaining. We really do try to keep it as cheap as possible for everyone. Hmm. Hmm. Is this going to continue to sell off? Need a bit more profit taking. Need to slip 90, I think. If we can slip 90, maybe fall back to the trend. And just kind of grind through the support. It might open up another leg down. Maybe towards the gap this time. Time is it? 12:51. Good a time as any. So I'm not being long Vega doesn't necessitate downside, so long as there's enough long calls and futures also hold up. Yeah, it accelerates downside though, if downside is realized, because the MM's no longer buying the dip. So it's an environment. It's another environment where volatility can move up. And if volatility moves up, the MM sells a lot of delta because they're long Vega. So it's very important that volatility, for bulls, that volatility remain low or lower. But also, you know, the more bulls push down volatility, the more long Vega exposure the MMs get. So it's kind of like trying to put a fire out with gasoline. Do they want to hold it here until end of month? Probably, or at least until RRP closes, and then things might get kind of interesting. Today's price action has been frustrating, especially with the small gap up. There's a lot of netting going on. The March higher in Delta does seem to be slowing though, which is well, interesting. The biggest weakness up here is the lack of Delta. There's just not a lot, and there's very little below 75. So if we lose 75, it's almost like we're gonna probably automatically test 50. And if we lose 50, 6,100 doesn't look that far away. There's definitely some big moves that are possible there. ES is starting to lose this top, so bulls either need to come in and buy here and push up another level, or this is going to fall back to trend. Hmm. Yeah. I wonder if we start getting some short puts closing here. Charm is positive all the way on every strike above 6,100. So the longer bulls can hold this, the better it is for them. There are some puts coming in out of the money, 85. I don't know if that's, I think that's just puts being bought. Maybe it's short puts being closed. Mm, 90 puts being bought. Remember, losing 90 and the gamma starts to fall off more steeply. And the only thing propping this shit up is gamma, so. This could all get very spicy very quickly. This is a retest of the trend right here. And a test of the 90 support. Volatility starts to pick up to the downside under 90. Slowly at first, and then very fast under 80, and really, really fast under 70. Slipping 90 a bit. There's an inverse head and shoulder that could form around what, 28. 38? 238.25 on ES. Ball's picking up. Breakdown here marks a loss of the 90 level. And then the next 87's probably mildly important. And then 85. Looks like the upside retest is failing. Ooh, but they're still shorting vol on it. Maybe they get blown up here. They deserve to. Still selling puts at fucking 61.90. What a bunch of assholes. I bought puts at 85. They don't want to give an inch because they've been selling puts up here all day and they don't want to get squeezed. All that sweet, sweet positive delta to the downside is very squeezy. The strike's going in the start going in the money, and Vaughn is going to go big wee. Yeah, but every time we test those levels and bounce, more sold puts are built up at those levels, which means the next time they're tested, they're even squeezier. So that always the first test that's the failure. Failed recoveries are far more bearish than breakdowns of like initial breakdowns of support levels. Yep, more fuel, exactly. Like I said, trying to put out a fire with gasoline. Every put they sell here pushes the MM longer Vega, which means the MM's more net short puts or net long puts. And if the MM is long a fuck ton of puts, they don't need to carry a bunch of positive delta. Slightly bearish news right now would be fucking wild. I mean, look what happened Friday with the Canada thing. Like we sold all the way off into Vega neutral because there's just nothing to stop the downside at that point. I mean, smarter participants buy calls because that shifts the market maker's exposure, but the majority of participants are not informed, and so they continue to sell puts. Ooh, spicy. This is where that support is on ES. 62.38.25. This is a fucking mess, but I'll show it to you guys anyway. So this is the upside trend. We broke out, failed, right? This is the lower support for the bearish consolidation. And so there's support right here, which slipped a little if you look. So after that chops for a second, it might continue to fail. Hmm. Still bot puts at 85 to the downside. Still increasing. Hmm. Weak fucking bounce. Still bot puts to the downside. Still a shitload of bot calls out at 6,200 though. Hmm. Huh. Good thing this looks super stable and very well supported. It doesn't. Trump going off about Powell. That's figures. Vol turning up a little bit. I fucking hate sell-offs in environments that are bullish. They're so boring. How far can this fall? It depends on how much momentum it picks up. Volatility increases under 80 and under 70 a lot. So if the 80 level is lost, I would say this gets pretty bearish. If 70 is lost, very bearish. Mm. SPX testing its downside trend again. No buyers coming in this time. Weak. Fall still moving up. So some short put capitulation likely. Still a lot of bot puts at 85. Probably 75, 55 are the major downside supports. So I would look for bulls to try to turn it around at either 80 or 60. Provided the puts slip into the money here at 85. Left a gap to the upside at 87. Right here. I need to give that some room to breathe. Gap's filled. At least looks like it is. It was a quick gap fill. That might be good for the bears. If it filled, hold on. 87, 40, yeah, it did. Huh. 5190 calls and 85 calls are still taking profit. Some of the 75 calls too. Oh, this is so grindy. Ooh. A retest of the trend. see if these bot puts at 85 go in the money here. We could get a lower local low. Let's see what happens at 80. Love it live. What's she talking about? America's first internment camp. She's gonna say something to pump it, not necessarily. And Q looks a little weak too. We're still in an AI bubble. I think she said Trump thought about adding tariffs 3 days ago, but rescinded it today, so the market can go higher. Long puts at 85, getting closer to going in the money. Almost did a test of Gamma Max here. 61.84.95. Which we did bounce off of on the last low. Failed bounce. Oh, maybe. Hmm. Short put's coming out on a failed bounce though. It's fucking annoying. What are we looking like here? Oh, still bought puts at 85. Most of the long calls have capitulated with the exception of 6170. Gonna retest the trend because we failed to test it before. There's the retest. 62 counterparties take 460.73 billion. Holy shit. That's a lot. Huh. Fun. Left a gap to the downside. 70 or 87. Yeah, Friday was 285. What's up, Lil Pickle? A nice little downside gap that needs filling. Those aren't exactly repo numbers that expect the big beautiful bill to pass on Monday. It's a lot of fucking window dressing. RRP doesn't count towards margin ratios or regress. Come on, squeeze some fucking puts. Let's go. Puts at 85 are in the money now. Let's retest the prior low right around here. Vol starts to move up. 82.78. In terms of like why RRP grows for window dressing, is there's a few things. I mean, the first big one is that you're taking a lot of uninvested cash, which drags on performance quite a bit, and you're putting it into a like a yield bearing asset, right? So um, it makes performance appear better. And for on the broker dealer side, you know, by swapping Fed RRP with customer financed repos, you can cut your repo exposure. You can reverse the trade immediately, which is beneficial. And then, you know, as far as, well, as far as like margin ratios are concerned, um, having cash in your account would affect your margin ratios, but generally, like repo is not considered. Um, well, so securities held in RRP would not be considered collateralized until the repo is unwound. We got a lower low here. Retested 85, rejected. Maybe continue down and start pushing into some of the short puts now. Let's see. Vol's still stable for the most part. Wonder how many short puts got shaken. Not too many. Still bot puts at 85. Hmm. Still really low volume on ES, so not a lot of buyers coming in yet. Although they would possibly come in if it went higher. Ooh, lost 85 again. Nice. Negative gamut of the downside starting to grow too. The next low to test is 80. Which should be wide open given that we failed the prior low already here. I think I'm trading ES too early in this account. Greedy. Worth it, but greedy. You were so bearish. There's not a lot of bullishness left. We can just snap back. I mean, it's not like this is gonna last forever. The downside is very tantalizing though. Especially given that all the fucking delta to the downside's at like 60, 6150 and 6100. Yeah, like after the collar roll, and then everyone fucking unwinds their repo. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw 6200 there, but it's like really early in the day still. So and given how over leveraged everything is, the repo unwind might not be bullish. It isn't always. Sometimes it's like shit just sells off on the repo deposit and then sells off on the collar roll and then sells off on the repo unwind because they just dump the securities when they get them back. These bounces aren't doing great. Oh, boring. Still under 85. Color rules automatically. It's the entire purpose of the fund. What do you mean on vacation? Jesus Christ. I feel like I've been short for like 4 hours. NQ looks like it's heading back to retest 22.8. Number 8278. Ball spike. Let's go. Do it. Oh, so close. You have been. It's valid. Oh, look, another shitty bounce to the lower high. Could we fucking just dump already? Like, just one person, just be like, fuck this, and close your puts. No, don't sell more, you assholes. Ooh, bot puts coming in at 80. Interesting. Nice. Some of the 75 sold puts pulling back too. Fancy pants. tiny wedge here. The support has gone on for too fucking long. Some bot calls at 61.90. Not very many of them. Bot calls at 80.75. Bot puts 85.80. Still some put selling going down at like 50. Looks like 50 and 65. Just jump off a cliff. VIX is still holding above 17, which is kind of impressive. Ooh, lower high. What's going on, Nick? Mustard. I don't have mustard on here. Wild. Meow and crab claw. Are those the mustard only indicators? I want you to know that I'm risking my 100% win rate for the day on this trade. I want you to know I have calls and puts that are both bleeding. Wait, why do you have calls? How many trades have you made today? I don't know. 10 or 12, something like that. Hmm. Let's dump all the way to the delta flip. That's the only way all this waiting's worth it. I'd probably put a stop after the gap fill. Well, I'd like to see it dump harder than that. Remember, if the MM starts shutting delta up here at any significant rate, they're just going to keep doing it until we get back to like Vega neutral. Oh, let's fucking go! I can finally put a stop on. Oh, well, that works out. Spicy. Collar roll? Whatever. I made money. I put that stop in place at just the right time. Ooh, so many puts being sold. Gap fill? Wait, that didn't fill the overnight gap? Not yet. Left a gap at 80 to the downside. Still bot pits at 80 and 85. Bot calls at 75, 80, 85, 90. Which didn't do much but flatten gamma out. Ooh. That looks fun. Uh,
Costellosaurus put their pickle in my jar, waited all day for that. Thank you, Gherk. Cuckoo 5.
NQ tested 22,785. Waited all day for that. Thank you, Gherk. Thank you so much, man. Yep. Appreciate it, dude. We're at resistance here, so we'll see. There's still a gap back at 6180. Damn, 75 like right on the nose. Hmm. See if these bot calls capitulate. Still a lower high. Still bot puts coming in at 85.80. Still some bot calls at spot 61.90. Anybody see where the collar rolled? Did it? Yeah, I don't see it showing up either. Maybe that wasn't the collar roll. Was there news? Oh, Trump said he'd send Japan a letter on tariffs. They won't take our rice, and yet they have a massive rice shortage. What the fuck is he on about? Yeah, we grow rice. Carolinas. Probably some other places. Two downside gaps now. 85 and 80. Some people would even say we have the best rice. The fake news will tell you we don't have a lot of rice, but we do. Calm down, Anonymoth. Big rice propaganda. Does rice-a-roni even have rice in it? Isn't it just like pasta? It has both. Gross. Why did he have to put rice in all caps? That felt a little racially driven. Because he's speaking to his base. And they're a bit racist. Just a bit. Falls rising again. Price headed back towards the 80 gap, which is right around here. I just want the next headline to be Bank of Japan Governor Uda raises rates in response to Trump's Truth Social mention of rice. We filled the downside gap. But now vol's back up again, so we could just technically keep dropping. Bot calls are retreating. We still have bot puts at 80 and 85. So the bears didn't back down on the bounce at all. They just added more puts. And now the long puts that got bought on the bounce are getting squeezed a little. We start pushing into short puts at 75. Major short put support 61.55 to the downside. 61.60, 65. Or 60.55, sorry. Oop, look at all that delta fell right back off again. What are those strikes? Gross. 75 still a bit supportive. But if those calls capitulate, fun times. Fitch ratings, weak U.S. macroeconomic environment drives issuer defaults in May. Japan White House senior advisor Hassett. Nothing is over. There will still be discussions. This is supposedly on Japan. We expect trade frameworks will arrive after July 4th. Canada's Carney says they're progressing towards a trade deal with the U.S. This will be a great time for JPM to roll the collar. You know, it'd be awesome. Collar roll and then roll down the collar later in the day. Hey, Danimal. Remember when you were making fun of me for being bearish? This is fine. Not if you have 6,200 calls, it's not. Caught for now. Momentary catch. I don't think it's really that strong. No, it's not a double bottom. Double bottom would be like retest at 75. netting. AT&T is unable to make their equipment work properly. Trump, Truth Social. What was he? It's going after my fucking stocks. Oh, it's okay. AT&T's up on the news. Whew. Thank God being a telecom has nothing to do with having properly working equipment. What's your price target for T? I don't really have one. I have like a 7.5% dividend on cost. I bought it at like $14-15, so yeah, just hold it forever. Unless they fuck something up fundamentally, but Trump has T covered calls. What about GameStop? It doesn't look like it's been at $13. I don't see any reason that I would buy it. And he's really talking a lot of shit on AT&T right now, and the market doesn't care at all. Did he get disconnected from his weekly briefing with Putin? Still bot puts, spot and 80. Bot calls propping it up for now. And the 80 strike is just flat as a fucking pancake. They had to catch it. That was expected for the most part. That's the second catching. Sue who? AT&T? Didn't he delete his Twitter account and like unfollow Ryan Cohen? Still some bot calls at 90. Test to the upside trend on ES. Fix back at 17. See if we get some profit taking here. Short puts are still coming in, although I'm not really sure that helps things. The collar hasn't rolled yet. That was the drop was on Japan trade deal news. Which was in no way resolved seconds later, but AT&T ought to get its act together. We have to reschedule the call, but we'll use another carrier the next time. AT&T obviously doesn't know what they're doing. Oh my god. Uh, the Jex Q collar for the JPM fixed income fund rolls today. What does that mean? At some point today, someone is going to sell a fuck ton of calls out of the money. They're going to buy a fuck ton of puts below spot, about 5% on either side. And then they're going to sell a fuck ton more puts below the puts that they buy. And by a fuck ton, I mean like 30 or 40,000 contracts per leg. It generally results in a fair bit of volatility. At least realized volatility. How can we benefit from the collar roll? You could sell collars on the SPX. No, collars don't roll on Friday. They roll at the end of the month. And only one collar rolls today. It's the big one, though. I'm holding anything to try to take advantage of it? Not specifically, I don't think. If we drop below here, yeah, trend failure on SPX on the 5-minute. Although not a trend failure, I don't think, on ES. Not yet. ES is a little lower, maybe. No. It's almost a trend failure on ES. Definitely fails. It fails the SPX trend though. Can I draw that? Hmm. Like that. It's a little tighter than that, but vol to the downside spicy, and 75 is more negative than it was. Retest the trend here. Almost. Couple bucks short. Cents. Couple cents short. That's almost it. More downside? We'll find out. Lower highs on the recovery so far. Synthetic long at 75. Yeah. Is it though? Almost, I guess. $70 calls are taking profit. 61.85 puts picking up. 85.90 calls taking profit. 80 and 75 for downside levels to watch.
Grinch put their pickle in my jar. Can you go over 3-month candle expectation with your end of day? Last time I saw you do this back in September.
Can you go over
2024,
3-month
you nailed
candle
the next 6
expectations with
months
your end
almost
of day?
perfectly.
Last time I saw you do this
Thank
back
you
in
for
Sep
everything.
24. You
I
nailed
also
the
had a
next 6
shower at
months
your
almost
apartment in my
perfectly.
dream
Thank you
last
for
night.
everything. I also had a
You were
shower
not really
at your
happy about it
apartment in my
42.
dream last night, and you were not really happy about it. Okay. I mean, as long as you don't leave a mess or anything. But yeah, I absolutely can. Thank you so much, Grinch. Yeah, I'll do that in the end of day wrap up. I usually don't go over the quarterlies, but I can. Check DM. We have some data. Ooh, fuck. Spicy. Was piping through. I like it. Fuck. It's kind of sick, actually. Ball's moving up. There's the 80 test. Ooh. Doing some spicy shit. Left a big fat gap up here. 80 to 30 to 48. I want to go back to the lows. Let's see 61.50 today. There's still so many bot calls at 61.75. None of them have capitulated. But there's still fewer bot calls at 75 than there were earlier today. I think I don't want that gap to fill. Fuck off. Delta flip forming a head and shoulders. JFresh would be so proud of us. He helped build this shit, so I'd hope so. JFresh invented TA on the VIX. I don't know what you're talking about. Speaking of which, is VIX is VIX on G-Scan right now? Oh shit. Fuck is this? Ooh, damn. That got fucking murdered. Nice. Wait, is that the hold on? Is that the carrier that Trump is gonna use for his VoIP call? Is that why he's making such a big deal about AT&T? Trump organization is launching their own wireless carrier. Wait, is that real? I'd believe it. They're gonna call it T-Mobile. Their Trump branded phones are totally made in America. Was it just like a brick with a screen on it? Only 4G because 5G is bad. You guys ever get kicked back to a 4G network when you're in the middle of nowhere? And it's 25 times slower than it used to be? Like 4G was great when it came out, but now it's bad. Kind of grinding down through 80 here. There's the 78 test. Ooh wee, Mr. Poopy Butthole. We just rubbed up on the pits. The sold pits there. Just tasted them. Now hopefully we can just gently fall into them and squeeze them all out. Imagine how many puts they sold on that bounce only to get fucked all over again. Twice fucked potato, the best kind. Nuke likes his potatoes rode hard and put up wet. I have an irresponsible amount of 50s. God damn it, you're gonna bounce the market. I have to laugh so I don't cry. What's the delta like down here? 75 is still annoying. Got a new low on NQ. Just still struggling to hold 22.8. We still have that gap up here. 82. I still don't want to fill it. Let's see what the incoming shit looks like. Still a ton of bot calls at 61.75. Bot puts at 80.85. There's a little bit of capitulation on those on the bounce, but not much. Surprisingly. Ooh, that was fucking spicy. Well, we filled the gap. Hmm. That's weird. Holy 62.15. What happened? Ooh, that's a lot of bot calls. 14,000? 19,000? It's a spread, too. Weird. Apple considers using outside AI to fix Siri and major reversal. Apple's had to weigh powering Siri with Anthropic or OpenAI tech. Apple hasn't made a final decision and is still considering its own models. Ooh. That's kind of fun. Oh, no. I wonder if they rolled down the, like the 290. No, they didn't. Maybe it's a hedge for the 290 6,300 spread. Collar rolled 6480 C 5850p. Interesting. Did it? I don't see volume on the September contract. How much volume? Why is that not showing up? Hold on, let me refresh this. That's weird. The volume on the call side's not showing up on WeBull. Okay, cool. 2:32 p.m. You see it on WeBull? I still don't. That's the SEP 30 contract, right? Oh, that's weird. Never mind. Found it. Ooh, interesting. Bull's piling into calls all the way out to like 6205 here. Still bot pets at 90, but it looks like the 85 bot pets sold off. Price upside resistance right around here. Hmm. Lagarde is speaking right now. I believe they're starting their central bank summit. Hmm. Hmm. Gaps to the downside at 91 and 88. A big block of calls came in at 62.15, but there's not a lot in between here and there, which could present a bit of a problem. I don't know if no more downside today. If there's any profit taking on this run, we could get a lot of downside very quickly. So far, it's stable, though. Hmm. There's still bot calls at 62, or yeah, 6,200. That have just been there all day. MQ still just doesn't look quite as good. Mm-hmm. 90 is now important support. 90 and 75. 80 a little less so. A little bit of an uptick in vol here. Out the money calls and slightly out of the money calls, 205, 210 taking profit. In the money calls at 85, taking some profits. I don't know how this local high is going to shake out, but there are some gaps to the downside. Back down to like 88. About 43 minutes till close. Mm. Hmm. Hmm. I mean, Charm should be just super supportive here. Is there any squeeze to the upside opportunity? Hmm. Most of the calls to the upside are bought, so not particularly squeezy. Maybe above 6,200, like 6,205, 6,210. Could be a little bit. Starting to get some bot puts, 90.85 again. But still a lot of bot calls at 62. We're kind of in between those. Hmm. Hmm. It makes sense for them at this point to try to push 62 and then net off their bot calls. Hmm. There's a slightly lower low there too. Hmm. They do net off? Can we go back? No, the idea would be to net off above the, like, above the gamma hedge. That way they can hold the support as long as possible. This is still bullish consolidation here. There's still a lot of fucking bot calls at 6,200. And there's still like 15,000 at 6,215. There's some more put selling. This might be the push for 6,200. I remember they could squeeze 6,205, 6,210 here. Which should give like a upside range of like 6,220-ish. Yes, it's still got some room up to resistance. A couple more bucks. Yes, resistance is at like 252. But if it breaks that to the upside, the all-time high on ES is out at like 62.89.50. It's like another $30 higher. We tested 62 already. Breakout to squeeze the short calls is probably like 62.02, 62.03. Yes, testing resistance. Breaking out. The gap at 201. Hmm. Downside gaps now. Charm is ridiculously supportive here, but I don't think it adds. I don't think any charm really gets added from here up. So, well, a little bit. Two. I don't know. Depends on if we get support here or not. Still have 30 minutes left. Let me see what's going on the chain. There's still a fuck ton of bot calls at 6,200. There's a bit of profit taking. There's quite a lot of profit taking at 61.95. Now it looks like 210. Yeah, I would say support at 200 here is probably bullish as fuck. If it holds. We filled the closest gap. Mm-hmm. Starting to pressure the sold calls again. 205, 210. Ugh. Very abnormal for us to spend most of the day above GM, right? Well, we opened above it. But yeah, it's, I don't know, intraday it fluctuates because of the zero DTE gamma. I mean, like, I would argue that GM on the zero DTE is probably quite a bit higher than it is on the weekly chain, where it's, more weighted by other positioning. But it is difficult to stay above it because you need like persistent call buying. You need something to continuously move the MM's gamma hedge higher, which we got some of that. We have a lot of call buying, but I would say like 210 or 215 is probably about as high as this could go realistically. There might be like a little room there last 5 minutes of the day to do something crazy, but just because of like window dressing and shit. But I definitely want to buy like some like 5 DTE puts here above like 6,200. Lower high. Still a trend there though. Mhm. Yes, testing its trend on the 5 minute here. Might get a little bounce because we left a gap to the upside. Vol is picking up a bit. So far, not a lot of put selling coming in. Still a shitload of bot puts at 6,200 though. A bit less, but not much. Bot puts at 205. Mhm. 'Filled the upside gap. Twenty minutes left. Almost a breakout of consolidation here. Need to get above 6203.77. This is it. Breakout or fail. We already have one new high over the overnight high, so I'd say there's a pretty good chance we get another one. I ate Chipotle yesterday. Help me? End of day prediction? I don't know. I feel like we could test 15, probably sell off, close above 6,200. Maybe test 10. 10 or 15. Really depends on momentum and if we get the breakout here or not. We're very close. Remember 6203.77. Oh, we just inched above it. And then we look for, what's the high there? 6205.26 to confirm. Failed the 77 test. But that might be bad. Hmm. Profit taking on the 6,200 strike's gonna become an issue if this drags out much longer. Hmm. The new high. Ooh, I got it. Short put's coming in. 10 minutes left. Seems like we can squeeze the 205, 210s, which could give us that 15 test, but 15 probably capitulates. Maybe not. Ooh, bot pets. Interesting. Little pushback. Ooh, that was wild. Ten in the money. Hmm. Close. I don't know what profit taking here would look like, but not bullish. Here's the 15 test. Six minutes left. Some profit taking on the 15s. Woo. It's doing exactly what I said. JC, welcome back, man. Or just congratulations on re-upping. I don't know. I feel like I saw you in there like yesterday, or the other day. I should have known when they caught it earlier. Yeah. I can't believe Baby Will New got his 100,000 62 15s in the money. Probably no. Still a boring as fuck day. Kind of, yeah. Yeah, a little bit. Not too bad. Yeah, I still think this closes somewhere around like 6205 or 6200. They might try to like do something crazy here in the last couple of minutes, but I feel like that would be awkward. It does look like those 6215 spreads are going to get fucked though, because they didn't close very many of them. Nice, dude. I picked up some 6,200 puts for next Friday. I'm thinking that'll work out. Hmm. Ding ding. Hmm. One sec. All right. So pushed up to close almost exactly at the market maker's expected move for the day. Couple bips higher, but not much. I think I think that's probably about it for the massive delta and gamma hedge that's been propping us up this entire time. And so with that falling off into tomorrow, we should start to see at least a lot more range intraday. And over the next few days, it seems like. Um, Obviously, we pushed up above the 6252 resistance, fell back to it, and closed just a touch under it in the moving into the overnight session. Dollar down, continued down about 44 points today, and broke through downside resistance there pretty significantly. Obviously losing ground against the euro still, but a little bit about against the pound and the yuan as well. BTC down today about 75 points. Yields at the top end of the curve declining. Um, Outpacing the mid belly of the curve a little bit. Correlation continued to grind down on the 1 month, but 3 month correlation staying fairly flat. And this is where we might see a breakdown in the dispersion trade going into the couple of weeks prior to earnings. So something to keep an eye on. There's a little bit of a drop in oil. But gold back up again today. So silver, so precious metals moving. Yeah, energy not doing so well. So a little bit of a continued decline in commodities. Bond volatility is still really low. Carry trade leverage breaking down, and with that carry trade leverage breaking down, we're starting to see the forward yield on volatility turn around a little bit. Obviously, that got shorted real hard into close, but the bond curve continues to rise, and that's going to continue to put demand on long volatility. And so I think probably over the next week or so, we'll see the forward yield on vol at least peak above positive briefly. Out of the money put demand still increasing as of Friday. Might see that actually increasing still today. What else do we got? Breadth is pretty stable. Not as strong a move in stocks over their 20-day moving average as our last bump, but stocks above their 200-day moving average is starting to climb up a little bit more. So breadth is picking up, just not a ton. We now have 2 consecutive days of decreased correlation between VIX and cash VIX after peaking at like 95.81% last Thursday. And as that continues to slide down, the chances of getting a spike in volatility should go up a little bit. Fed fund futures rising again a little bit today, almost pricing in 3 full rate cuts by January of 2026. A lot of this on news that Trump is actively seeking a replacement for Powell. Bear steepener down a little, but on the 10-2, but still above 50%. Out here, we've tested 6206, which was like my upside level. I guess we surpassed that a little bit, but we did close below it. That was my next like kind of blue sky target for an upside move. Obviously no rejection or anything yet to confirm off of this, so still bullish biased. And I think that's about it. We do have the 50 moving to cross the 200 MA here, which would be a golden cross. This is generally a point where there's like a lot of systematic repositioning. So, this might initially fail and then, cross over. But the 30 EMA is still climbing alongside spot pretty quickly. Now back, under 60.31. We have gaps down here. 60.31 and like down by like 58.37. Both of those are probably fairly important to watch, especially if we do get a pullback from this all-time high test as we move into the tariff decision, which is next week. I expect that delta and gamma and just overall positioning will remain fairly low through that period, simply because no one knows what's going to happen. And so far, the discussions around trade don't seem to be very positive. Yes, still wild, and is it? Not really. It's trying to while. A bunch of like ES positions got burned into close on the sell off, so they'll probably try to recoup that before the session close, or recoup as much of that as they can before the session close, and then although it doesn't look great, there is support at 62.50. Very, very small, shitty support. Alright, and then yeah, that's about it. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow. Have a good night. Later.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.